Hey, live. Back with more Cauldron Chronicles elements. So start on a small side game project this month. Come hang and ask game dev questions you might have. You know, I think on the start of the month, I'm going to post the schedule for the month. Maybe I'll do that. A lovely splash screen. Thank you so much. That is Blue Dick Boy. Oh shit! I left my. Hold on. We might do some OSRS later too. I don't know. You show that splash screen to the publishers? I don't think so, but I should have. The funny thing is, most of the publishers I meet are not business oriented at all. Like, these are the kinds of guys that would just wear t-shirt and pants to a business meeting. So those are the kinds of people I love working with most. Because you can just show up and go like, hey, what's up? How you doing? Hey, Monty Rob. Yo, gamer / developer. That's me. That's me, Mom. I did it. I became a gamer just like you wanted me to. You wanted me to become successful. I have become Elden Lord. Alright, hold on, let me take a screenshot of this. Here we go. I'm gonna tweet that out. Hey, there we go. Yeah, this month we start on the submarine game, which I've been writing some of the background of when I have some free time. I'm pretty excited to start working on it. I think we can do it. You know, look, my goal is to release that in October, right? For people playing horror games. And worst case, we just don't succeed in releasing it on that time and we have to postpone it by a month or two. Not a big deal. What more important is that I release it, not that it gets released in the perfect time slot. Although ideally it would be, right? But if we can get like a decent prototype made, I could reach out to a publisher for some funds, like some immediate funding. And I've already told some publishers about this game idea and they seem to really like it. And we could get, I don't know, we could get 25 to 50,000 pretty easily to finish it up. I think we could do it. In the meantime, let us write this story. So I was thinking over the time that we had with Elden Ring DLC and whatnot, that we should just kind of like focus on writing Spoon's story elements first, so that at least that's playable, and then we can fill it out with lore. So today we're going to be focusing on just writing out his actual story stuff, which should be pretty fun. An update package is available. No, I don't want to update. Why would I want to update? Gross. Thief 1, 2A, 2B. We're missing some in here. Because we have... Oh no, they're not here. No, they are here. Thief 4 and 5. I think 4 was that he comes back... Oh god, there were 2 scenarios that I kind of forgot about. We didn't write them down. We can find it. Okay, maybe we can find it. Hold on. What color did we make saved choices? I think they're orange. Received spoon nut. That's separate. There's more of them somewhere here. Can I search blueprints? I mean, there's gotta be some way. Find in blueprints. Can we do... Okay, let it index first. AFK and Guardian... How do you AFK Guardians of the Rift? What? No, I don't see that. Alright, let me check his NPC data file. Convince Spoon to ask Shu about Rake. Oh yeah, because, okay, so there's the goblin named Shu who collected a rake for some reason. I kind of forget why. And you could convince Spoon to ask Shu about the rake. I think that was in Friends. No. Was it in Dreams? You get 150 energy in 2 trips, then you just stand there for 10 minutes until the round ends and get a fat XP drop. I mean, is that better than like AFK and Blood Runes? It might be similar or better XP, but less money. Although Blood Runes have kind of fallen off, haven't they? Not nearly as good as they used to be. Knows about how goblins treat gossipers. Knows about pawn shop. Oh yeah, there's one where you can convince Spoon to rematch the race. Same XP drop at the end, getting 23 from crafting XP per hour, and it's almost as AFK as Nightmare Zone. Oh, AFK or Blood Runes. They're pretty damn AFK. You can kind of just sit there mining, you don't have to click too much. You can look at the pay to play crafting because it'll kind of give time and here we go. GP. Okay, so XP per hour is 34,500 for rune crafting, and then it's about 550 to 600,000 profit for blood. Which isn't bad. Pretty decent little money maker. Should I know I'm up too late if I was watching you when I had breakfast? Now you're back. Moonlighter TV, how you doing? Don't worry. Be happy. Oh wait, green is save choice, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, I thought it was orange. But I'm retarded and that wasn't it. Convince Spoon to ask Shu about Rake. do we do that? So, okay, so you can convince Spoon that the next time he visits his family, he's going to... Okay, I think I know the way we can do it, because of course Spoon isn't going to be able to do this while he has his main quest to do, right? Which is, his quest is to track down this bandit leader, get his stolen shit back that he stole in the first place, and start a pawn shop. So the only time he should return to tell you about Shu and his rake, which I know this is confusing because I'm saying a lot of objects that have no meaning, is when his main story is done. So we need to, like, save that Spoon's main story has finished, and then have a conditional in his dialogue that hasn't been finished and have you asked him about this. Okay, so we'll do this. We'll save. Has Spoon's main quest been completed? Default false. We're gonna do a conditional here. Saved choice. Has main quest been completed? False. Otherwise, you'll be able to say well, I mean, it could even be the same thing. It's just we need to then lead to a different thing here. Which I suppose then we don't have to put the conditional here. We can put it on here, right? We will copy the conditions. Pasta. Copy. Pasta. Okay, that didn't copy them correctly. There we go. Okay, and this one requires that it be complete. And it won't save this choice. One week I'll finally be done with your comp sci degree. Nice, dude. Congrats. You will have graduated a total of 2 times more than me. First high school and then college. Don't make fun of me, okay? I'm not dumb. I'm just retarded. And those are very different things. Unless I decide not to finish my final project. I wouldn't do that. You've come this far, right? Okay, so that one's taken care of. Know about Spoon's pawn shop. Vince Spoon. Okay, so there is one where he comes back to race, right? So Thief 4 is Spoon comes back to tell you about his rematch with the Rat Man. That's all we really know so far. Thief 5 is... Spoon comes back to tell you about his pawn shop. Obviously gifts you a bunch of spoon nuts if you took a liking to them. Maybe he'll definitely gift you some, but he'll gift you more if you had already gone down that dialogue path. I think we graduated from community college too, so you've done it 3 times more than me. They don't even have... A lot of places don't even have... When they require me to put education, they don't have my education list on there. The max they have, or the lowest they have, is high school. So I essentially have to put no education. And you know, it kind of worked before because I can clearly write properly. So they could just read it and be like, okay, that's kind of weird, but he knows how to work and he knows how to write, so, you know, good enough. But now with ChatGPT, I fear they're gonna be like, oh, he doesn't have any education, so he must have used ChatGPT to write this in cover letter or whatever. I don't know, that's just like those weird fears that I have regarding my education. Big Thief 4. Did you drop out? Yeah, I dropped out. It was boring. Like, yeah. Like, okay, I've done enough of this. I'm just kind of done with it. Like, whatever. Daily stand-up says, while today new tradition makes people who come in late to the meeting say good morning individually to every member. That is very odd. Friday at 5. Do that. I'm supposed to have a talk in front of college students this month. Just to intro them to like the world of game dev, like professional dev, and how to find jobs, how to network, how to prepare your CV, things like that. I anticipate disaster. When did I drop up? I was scared that I would have worked at McDonald's forever. It's because that's the bullshit they tell you, right? That's the shit they say it like it's a bad thing, and then you realize when you get older, it's like, oh shit, you can become a manager at McDonald's, earn a nice wage. You know, you can be a franchise owner, right? So you can literally own that McDonald's, make a good amount of money, have great job security because everybody fucking eats at McDonald's, and it's pretty nice. There's that like meme, right, of that meme with girl who worked at McDonald's and became a manager. Kind of meme, but it was like a yeah, this one. Okay, found it. It was this licensee, supervisor, restaurant manager, first assistant manager, crew chief. Like, she just worked her way up. Probably makes a good amount of money too, right? How much do McDonald's owners make? Owner operators can earn anywhere between $50,000 to $150,000 per year per store, after accounting for expenses and royalties. Worked your way up to she's just Jenny. Everybody knows Jenny. I mean, but that's the shit they would tell us in schools. Like, if you don't graduate high school and you don't go to college, you will end up working at McDonald's forever. Promising the paycheck, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot of responsibility, right? But I also think that to some extent, from what I've heard of people who have worked in high positions at McDonald's, it's such a well-oiled machine because it's just such a big company that they just have everything down perfectly, that if you're on top of it, it isn't that crazy. Like, there aren't that many unknowns that are going to occur. And it's a very stable job with really nice benefits. Or has the stuff to pick up the mantle. No, you're right. You're right about that. But I don't like the way that they scared kids into going to college and saying you will be a failure if you don't go to college. Guys have a lot of liberty when it comes to organization. I don't know. McDonald's is really, really specific about utilizing certain things at certain times, certain batch sizes. Like, it's all, they have their own custom-made kitchenware. And it's all done kind of by, like, a standard. Else isn't a bad job, but I'd rather do something else. Preferably something with a chair. That's very understandable. Get rejected from McDonald's? That's because they knew you were a furry. Like, you're gonna get hair in the food and everything, and it's gonna be awkward. Fuck off, yeah. There we go. There's the lazy fangs. Racist species. My racist against furries. Okay, where did we convince him about the pawn shop? If his quest is complete, we can't ask him about his pawn shop. That's in his dreams. Heard about Ratman. Boone allows anyone into his shop. Know about Spoon's pawn shop. Refer you to the furry council with the deer girl who's in charge. Remember that from Twitch? Get a deergasm on stream. First mouse to see so be furry girl. Oh my god, I don't even want to read that. Could become a programmer without a degree, but I was too lazy to be self-taught. Deadlines motivated me. Yeah, I think that's very fair. Deadlines do a lot. I mean, think about it this way: if you start like a game project with friends or just like people who don't have any responsibility with it, 99% of them will not ever do anything. They'll just drop out of the project. Oh, sorry, I have personal things I have to attend to. It's like, yeah, okay, I know. I get it, great. It's one of the biggest problems with like starting a game with people who kind of just casually want to make games. Project is on the back burner until I get my motivation back. Motivation's important. I don't think you should push yourself if you don't have motivation. You need to find that within yourself. You need to fist yourself and pull out the motivation. I guess we can trigger Spoon coming back to tell you about his pawn shop at any time. I don't mind that. Trigger Poon, yeah. That'll be a different character. She will have massive honkers. And Western journalists will hate her. Ooh, they won't like her. And for every bad article that's written, I will sexualize the character a little bit more. Every time an article is written about the character's sexualization, I will remove a piece of clothing. It'll be like those Twitter posts where like if I get 50,000 likes on this, I'll remove another piece of her clothing. I'm gonna have to make a game soon as a portfolio piece when I apply for game programmer jobs. You will. You will. I might have something if you want to work on something in C++ or Blueprints or both. We're still trying to get that pain game off the ground, and we're about ready to jump into determining the first level. Start prototyping some of the mechanics. Just an open offer. Yeah, it's based on a PS3 game called Pain that never saw a spiritual successor or anything. I'll link it to you in chat, you can see some of it. We just want to make it like a spiritual successor, both as a way to practice game dev. There's a lot of like some new people that are new to game dev, and as a way to maybe just make something really small and easily marketable, because it is a very easily marketable game. And Unreal does all of the heavy lifting now with physics. That back in the PS3 era, you had to code yourself, and it wasn't the greatest. Yeah, I think we can leave this as it is. I'll find a way to make it work. Okay, did we set up... I do have spoon 4 here. Yeah, and spoon 4 is the race, and then 5 is his pawn shop. Where, depending on certain circumstances, he'll tell you that he got married as well. And they'll name their kid Teaspoon. If he gets married, he names his kid Teaspoon. Marriage in my game. You're not gonna get married to Spoon, but Spoon is going to get married to a big old troll. He's into those thick ladies. Baldur's Gate 3 moment. I want to give them... I should have the player have like one last chance to be like super racist about it. Like, ew, you got married to a troll? Ugh. It'd be kind of funny. Slaps troll's ass. Can you imagine how many teaspoons this baby can pump out? Jesus. No. Okay. Thief 2A. Oh, this is the mage. Hold on. I'd like for there to be some more branching dialogue too about specifically, you know, learning about the potion, right? Not just hearing about it, but learning about what they want to use it for. And we need to write that in as well. I don't imagine that's going to be expansive like the lore, but it will be... It will branch. What kind of potion are you looking for? Yes, I am. Welcome to my neck of the woods. What can I do for you? Go. Need a potion, of course. Well, not so much a potion as it is a poison. Got someone I need to take care of. See? And this will be a way for the player to turn him down. Like, of course, I absolutely want the game for you to be able to turn down every single character that shows up if you want. The game won't the game won't really be that great if you do it, but you can do it. Secret Hermit achievement. Let's tell everyone to fuck off. Yeah, like, you know, a hidden achievement of cure their corruption without giving potions to any customers. Okay, what kind of poison do you need? I'm not really interested in providing potions, providing my services to someone who wishes to harm another with them. I can't help you, sorry. I kind of want the player to... Do we want the player to have to ask about the potion first in order to say fuck off? Or should you just be able to say, like, fuck off immediately? I think, well, this isn't even asking about the potion. To be honest. This is where you ask what kind of potion he needs. Dude, some of these some of these choices we save are just wild. Like, understood that hands are spoons. Really? Have heard about stenches. Wild, dude. Absolutely wild. We're gonna change this to Greeted Thief 1. I don't know yet if we'll need to. We can put it all in the same dialogue line of learning about what he needs the poison for. We don't really need to have a separate one for that. At least as far as I can see. Okay, what kind of poison do you need? Actually, we would want to save that because that's how we can learn how... what else he wants to do with it. We can convince him, hey, if you need that, maybe you also need this thing, right? Learned about Potion Thief 1. Lost. True. Okay, so we do that. That looks good. What kind of poison do you need? What kind of poison does he need? I'm gonna forget. He just needs a damage health poison. No flavor requirement. Just need something to rough him up a bit. Put him on the brink of death, you know? Anything too strong is likely to kill him. But I want to extract some information before that. Before I do that. In that way, what we could do is create a specific scenario where if you put too harsh of a damage health poison, if you give him too harsh of one, it will kill the leader, the bandit leader, and essentially have the same, roughly the same outcome as that he didn't learn where his gold was, right? So it would push you down the path of which one? Of 2B. Because he doesn't learn it. Two B, but with like a slightly different. What would it be? Like a slightly different response text for when he comes to tell you about it. How would we accomplish that here? Encounter Thief 1, potion outcomes. It's just potion thresholds, though. How do we do this? Where would we put this? It can't really go in penalty effect types. You'd almost have to determine. Here's the thing, like if you give him a really good damage health poison, it's going to be considered like a really good poison for the commission. We wouldn't be able to override anything with what we have unless we specifically grab potion thresholds. So I think instead of doing like just potion thresholds for potion outcomes, we should have, well, we have outcome type already used here, but we could repurpose this and rename it. Having an okay Monday? Hey Kent. Yeah, I am. I feel pretty rested. Ready to face the challenges of my NPC stuff. I might have to reconfigure how we do the potion outcomes. Which is okay. That would just be reconfiguring this here, which isn't too much to do. How do we do it? How do we do it? How do we do it? We want to have like an outcome type of what are we testing? Okay, so potion outcome, either a score threshold or a provided effect, right? Or a provided flavor of some sort. That way we can determine, has this outcome been triggered? We also then need to determine some sub value of that. So for like a potion threshold type, we would need to determine which threshold. For a provided effect, we need to determine which effect and tier. How would we accomplish this? First off, let's export this, just to be safe. Because inevitably what I'm going to do right now is, it's going to cause a bit of a data shakeup. The potion outcomes. Yeah. We're going to want outcome type, which is an enum. And this will be things like score threshold, provided effect, provided flavor. Outcome value, outcome sub value. I guess we'll do outcome trigger type. These will both be strings. Then we'll actually have outcome type, which is another enum. And these will be things like saved choice, or choice update, I think was one of them. Character status update. Outcome value, outcome sub value. This way we shouldn't have to do too much retyping of old data because we've messed some things up. We should just be able to add these three. Change potion threshold into the trigger value. And then just rework this aspect of it. Okay, outcome trigger type, outcome trigger value, outcome trigger sub. We need the enum for this. The potion outcome trigger types. Score threshold, provided effect, provided flavor. Potion, trigger, outcome, or trigger type. Hold on, it was outcome trigger type. Outcome trigger value and sub value. We delete potion threshold. Then we have outcome type. Outcome value. Outcome sub value. Should work. Gonna fuck that up, that's fine. Score threshold was terrible. I can open up the file we just exported. Where is it? Wait, where's potion outcomes on here? Wait, what? Oh, we exported NPC potion needs and not NPC data. We exported the wrong one. Alright. Alright, I guess. Great work. Provided effect. Here's the only thing. If we check provided effect, we don't have any way to put any logic. What's the word? Any comparator in there. And I want to be able to say, did we provide better than what this was? Did we provide worse? Was it equal? The potion outcome trigger comparators. Equal, greater, lesser. You know, we'll do capital. Then we can always do a select based on that. That should be pretty easy. Ocean outcome. Outcome trigger comparator. You know what, we'll make a default, like, not applicable. Provided effect is greater than E damage health 2. Or I think in this case it'll be 3, because we have 5, I think, damage healths, or is it only 4? Oh, we only have up to tier 3? Really? That can't be true. No, we have damage health 5. Maybe our named range doesn't go that far down. I think it's the condensed effect tiers. Proto map 140 to 284. Yeah, that needs to go to 346. That looks better. Okay, so we could always change it to just be damage health 1 and then penalize anything above 3. Let's do that. It's going to require damage health 1. And then we'll penalize anything above 3. Greater, equal. You can also do greater than 2, but whatever. And the outcome type will be a choice update. We'll remove the requirement for paralysis being provided. I'm just kind of building patches on top of these requirements and outcomes. They kind of just need a full overhaul. Here's the problem. 2A requires that we provide the paralysis. We need to somehow trigger 2B if the poison was too strong. It's going to have the same effect as having 2B. Or we can make a 2C. We already have a 2C. The 2C is that he's... Wait, what is this one? He doesn't want to do business anymore. How do we do this? It's another one of those cases of I can see a whole bunch of ways to do it. I don't know which one's the best way to do it. I can make a new encounter and set it up specifically. And then we, in place of 2B, right? We can just thief 2D, and then 2D leads into 3B. Easy. We could save a choice. We could make this bandit leader a character and then just use character status on him, right? I don't know when we initialize that, though. When we initialize character statuses. level blueprint, right? It's gonna be in the game instance. Initialize choices and initialize character statuses. Yeah, and that's gonna run through the NPC data. We could make like a dummy character file. If this is a character, but doesn't have any encounters. He's just a character in the world, and therefore, when we initialize statuses, he is. It's not really that he's alive or dead, right? Meow! Hold on, I'm getting follow spammed.
2 shots as they were intended by blasting them directly into your mouth.
Awesome! I'm wasted!
Hold on.
2 shots as they were intended by blasting them directly into your mouth.
Awesome!
Okay, they're still coming in. Yeah, just happening again. We'll wait for it to stop. Do. Wonder why you keep getting. I don't know why. Must be on someone's shit list. Yeah, I'm on a lot of people's shit list. But it's like, what does it do for them? Like, what does it cost to because it's about 1,000 at this point, right? That I'm getting, because they're still coming in. So, my curiosity is, how much is this costing this person to do this? It's gotta be quite a bit. And it takes me like 2 seconds to remove them all, so I don't really know what the point is. Are they like trying to fluster me? Are they trying to get me banned? Because that's not gonna work. I don't really know. I mean, this has to happen to other people on Twitch too, right? So, my guess is that the goal for this person is to do it. Oh, I crashed. See, crashing Unreal is worse than this. Login via Twitch. Authorize. Most I saw it once over a year. Yeah, I don't really know what it is. Oh, a lot of them aren't even known bots, whatever. I can just remove all. Followed between today and today, right? Why filters? Oh no. Oh, I can set a time. Hold on. Okay, so just do between yesterday at like near midnight. There we go. $997. Is that correct? Let me do a little math here for a second. This is my third, yes. My third. Oh, 91. Yep, that's correct. Okay, we're going. We're doing it. Are the alerts still playing? Are they just muted? Yeah, they're still playing. Can I? Is there a button to skip all of them? I'm sure there is. I can just add it to my... Stream elements, skip alert. Is there one to skip all alerts? If I hold it down, does that skip all of them? Okay, I'll just spam this. No, we'll just hide it, whatever. There we go. Okay, we're all good. No biggie. They thought they could stop me. Little did they know that Unreal crashing is far more annoying than what they're doing. I'm super curious though. Hold on, I want to see. Twitch follower cost. I'm really curious how much 1,000. I see some are like 20 cents, so somebody is spending. Bro, somebody just spent $200 on that? Who has that much money to spend on just like something that I can undo in like 5 seconds? Wild. Okay, where was I? That's right. NPC data. Voice up. I think updating the choices is probably my best option. I also do like a force encounter. I do know that there are people that are still very angry with me from my modding days of Darkest Dungeon, which at this point is, God, it's close to 10 years ago. No, it would be more like 8. There are still people that will just refuse to talk. They will ban me on site if I'm in their Discord, which I've had happen. I was once congratulating somebody on releasing their mod. I joined their Discord. I said, "Congratulations, this mod looks awesome." Instant banned. I don't know, dude. Some people are just have scarlet brain rot, and I don't know. It's unfortunate. Yeah. The modding scene for Darkest Dungeon got very toxic at a certain point. And I contributed to some of that, I won't lie. But then I got out of it, and I was like, Jesus, this is fucked up. Just kind of like a circle jerk of competition mixed with politics. There were some people that joined that were like they were extremists. And they kind of just like recruited other people into their beliefs and then just spread some really nasty shit around. It was bad. It was bad. Fine, all the cool mods are for other games anyway. Yeah, I mean, it was a small community. Like, it was cool. It was great to work on the mods for that game. But at a certain, and initially the modding scene was great for Darkest Dungeon for like the first year and a half. But then once some other people joined, it got heated, and there were like factions that formed and feelings that still persist. I mean, somebody tried to destroy my Discord on Christmas Eve. Like, I had a moderator go rogue and just start like pruning and then banning people when he thought I was asleep. Thank God I wasn't. I was just invisible on Discord. It was wild, dude. Absolutely wild. Thank God I don't have to deal with that shit anymore. Funny enough, I was playing Insurgency at the time that another moderator told me about it. Like, emergency pinged me. I'm like, shit. This is way too real that I'm playing Insurgency and one of my moderators has gone rogue. It didn't really cause any lasting problems, though. It was just like, I was more upset that he pruned people because a lot of people are there and don't talk because they just want to receive news updates. So that was kind of unfortunate for those people. It is what it is. Old drama. Don't care. Surgeons lost that round, yeah. Yeah, he must have thought that I was asleep. He wrote this copy pasta that is still really funny to read. Like just this green text wall of bullshit that is just was really funny. And yeah, then he lost. He won a little bit. And yeah, there are just still text wall these nuts or that. Yeah, there are still people within the community that will just ban me on site. And it's like, guys, I worked on the game. Like, I'm trying to congratulate you on making a mod here, and they just ban. What do you think I'm gonna do? I don't know. If anything is representative of the state of extremists and how they think, I think that's a good one. What am I looking at? Save choice. Killed. Killed bandit leader with potion. False. Keep online to that degree, you need to buy a kitten or something, right? I don't remember what they, because I DM'd one of them afterwards. And it was like, dude, why? And I don't know, I don't know. I think to some extent there's some like remnant. There's obviously some bad feelings remnant there. And I think it's like either some like jealousy or there's just something. I can't comprehend it because I can't comprehend holding on to a grudge so long that even if like we've become adults and it's been over 5 years, that it's still there. And it's like, I don't know this person. I don't even know their name in real life. And they have this like vitriol against me because of what some other person said. Like, that's just wild to me. Okay, killed with true. I kind of want to make another outcome type of force. Encounter, but I don't really want to do that either. I want to do if it's a grudge as much as judgment being called because of what they remember you being at the time. Maybe past people keep forgetting that others. Yeah, I do think, okay, I think that's a really strong point, that there are many people that don't believe people can change, and they aren't willing to accept the possibility of that. I almost think people who have experienced change within themselves have a much higher chance of accepting other people may have changed, right? You know what it feels like, you know what it looks like, you know how quickly it can happen, and therefore you're much more willing to accept that, hey, it's been a couple years. I don't fucking know who you are anymore, so, you know, let's just kind of like, let's just start over. God. You have to fart first and then type it. Huge cookie. Or is it, do I still have it? You're out of points. I can't gift you points. I don't know if that's even possible. No, there's no way to gift you points. I can warn you. Here, I'll do this. Alright, I sent you a warning. The heart. Need to rebuild your gas generator. We'll get him next. Okay, if I've saved this choice, build bandit. I feel like I can make it into a separate encounter, and then for 3B, I would do a stage complete ore condition on either 2B or 2D. Getting complicated. I did get a haircut, yeah. When I was back in Kraków, I got a haircut. Saw my old barber. Nice guy. Do you like it? I basically just do the same thing every time. I just get it shorter. But I don't like to like see skin, so I have them trimmed down to 3 millimeters. You like it? Well, thank you guys. Very nice of you. My fiance doesn't like it. She doesn't like it short. I'm like, look, I wash my hair every day. I don't want to sit in the shower for like 10 years and waste a whole bunch of shampoo. So I'm gonna get it short, and you're gonna deal with it. And then if we have a daughter in the future, I'm going to make sure that she appreciates short hair. So that you are alone in the household with your thoughts and your hatred, your negativity. And you won't be able to say no to her. Like, I like daddy with short hair. That's right. Got him. Alright, let's make another encounter. I'll just duplicate 2B. Okay, 2C, 2D. Will accept potions. He will. His commission ID will be 2B. I mean, do we really need to do that? Because it's just going to be a different... It's just going to be different dialogue. As long as we have the save choice, we can lead the player down a different path. Does it actually need to be a different encounter? It's going to have the same potion commission. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think that's jumping the gun too much. only thing we need to save is that you killed the bandit leader with the potion. So win 2B is... Got some spicy noodle soup and filled with herb and garlic sausage and egg. Jeez. That sounds good. Oh, I know the reason why I wanted to do... Delicious, thank you for asking. The reason I wanted to do a separate encounters because if the player kills the bandit leader with the poison, but provides paralysis, we need to override 2A. Or add onto a spawn condition that the bandit leader was not killed with poison. What if you made the enemies edible? What kind of game do you want, Huge Cookie? Do you want the NPCs to be cookies? The potions can be turned into Dr. Peppers. Alright, Asmongold. I see you. Place them into food that could fit into a spoon nut for relationship points. Stop giving me ideas, you guys. Cooking Mama mini game on the side. So I did want cooking in the game. I don't think we'll have cooking, but I wanted cooking in the game so that you could make food for the NPCs if they like stayed at your hut overnight, or you know, like slept outside in like a tent. That way you could talk to them and just hang out with them by like a fire. I think that's going to be adding a bit too much to the game, though. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it would be a very similar like type of mini game to alchemy, but you'd be doing it with food. You will be able to use like monster meat and parts in alchemy at least, but I wanted it so that you could also get like fish and meat and stuff, and then the vegetables you pick and herbs, and make food that would give buffs or something as well. But I'd almost rather make that into a separate game at that point. You know? And have like Tavern Chronicles. Or if we wanted to keep the alliteration, I was going to have Cauldron Chronicles, Anvil Anthologies, and Tavern Tales. And these would be 3 games with the same premise, in the same universe, with some recurring characters, but with different gameplay. So you manage a tavern, you are a blacksmith, and then you're an alchemist. You put monsters and potions that turn into monster energy. That's the guy who just ate 3 kilograms of caramelized onions, cheese, and aged beef. Damn you. these ideas. I think we have to add an outcome type. I think that's the best way to do it, is do an outcome type where we force something to occur. Choice update, character status update, force encounter. Is this data table handling loading of correct dialogue based on certain conditions? Hey Quipslife, is this data table? Yes. Quite a few things. So this is going to be handling encounters, which are like stages of NPC quests based on different conditions. And then we can also do dialogue control based on conditions too. So for instance, like our dialogue here, we can have a condition of, oh, has the player made a certain choice? Is a character alive? Things like that. That way we can push it forward. Hey, Sad Ponytail. Speaking of tables, can we build extra tables in the game? I think there might be some customization of your alchemy hut. Yeah. How's the game coming along? It's slow. Writing dialogue and getting this dialogue system made it's like just constant iteration and experimentation. So we kind of have to go back to not square one, but we have to redo some things, reconfigure, refactor. But it's really important to do this so that we eliminate the unknowns, and then when we're writing the final documentation for the design of it, we know exactly what we want, how it's going to look, how it's going to work, and then I can have like a programmer friend come in and do it just the way we need it. We fungus those logs. We will not lack for fungus in the game, that's for sure. Okay, provided effect greater than equal damage health tier 3 force encounter. It will be thief to be. Yes, more mushrooms, absolutely. There will be plenty of mushrooms in the game. Okay, so that should force Diag Thief to be if, when we check it here, we need to refactor all of this. Well, just this section of it. Can we eat the mushrooms? You will be able to put the mushrooms into potions and then drink the potions. They can be poisons too if you want to drink your own poisons and die. I mean, I guess that's an option. If you're so inclined. Can we get the name of this? Get class display name. Yeah, we can. And we can force encounter equal to the outcome value. We'd have to for each through the encounters. That's doable. Alright, let's reconfigure this. Potion outcomes, loop through each. Break, outcome trigger type. Let's just move this up here for a second. And we might need more space here. Let me know when we're trying the game. I'll come join. You can test it now. We have a very bare bones prototype available with our prototype level. Bunch of ingredients that you can find, but it's really simplified, and we're overhauling the dialogue now to be closer to what we want in the final game. So that part is not there. But at the very least, you can experience the bare bones of the prototype, collect some ingredients, experience different weather, and you have 5 different outcomes for the prototype character that we have in there right now. Gonna finish sipping this soup and then drag a workbench over to workplace. I'll be back on later, but if not, have fun. Sounds good. Or don't, I'm not your dad. Damn it, I thought you were. Can I make soft drinks? This is a fantasy world. Huge cookie. Do you think they've discovered carbonation? Maybe magic carbonation. I'll add it just for you. We'll have a tavern keeper come by and he'll mention that he's discovered a new way to infuse bubbles into his drinks. I'll do it just for you. Okay, score threshold. Score threshold does take a reference. No, that's just going to be the trigger comparator. Outcome type. Okay, trigger value. We need to for each through score thresholds. Or we just have it here, don't we? No, we don't. Hold on. Oh, browse to it in. Show it to me in the Hold on, let me find it. Alchemy blueprints. Spawn controller. Diff against depot. Oh, we just check if it's equal. Yeah, that's fine. That works too. Getting counter. Getting counter potion score. Equal. We need to do 2 string. What if you made a Kickstarter and develop game faster? We want the soft drinks. Okay, I'll be honest. If I made a Kickstarter right now, I could probably get barely 20,000. The problem is that is not nearly enough to develop this game. And I don't have anything at a level of quality that I would feel comfortable with showing to players and making sure that they aren't misled about what the product is and at what stage it's at. I could get the money, but I wouldn't be able to. I mean, what would I tell players? Like, yes, this will only allow me to complete the prototype. I don't know. I just don't feel that's fair to players. I want to make sure when I go to Kickstarter, if I go to Kickstarter, I want to make sure that players know if I'm giving this person, this company, my money, Microraptor Games, the game will 100% be released at the quality that is promised within that Kickstarter. Anything less than that, no, I don't want to do that. We've seen enough Kickstarter reviews to know how much of a failure it would be if I couldn't provide that. Okay, test if they're equal. If true. Be disappointed if no Pepsi in game. There. That's how it is sometimes, right? Switch on outcome type. Choice update should be pretty easy. We're gonna do that. I feel like we can first check if the trigger is successful and then just branch right down into the same potion outcome types. So we just need 3 different sets for the test, and then we can just go right into doing the same thing for this. But I am going to promote this to a local variable for current potion outcome. And that way I don't need a billion lines of spaghetti going around. Hey, Mr. Soloku. How you doing? Happy Monday, everybody. There we go. Been teaching myself blueprints Unreal for the past 3 weeks. I got a question. Yeah, go for it. Sounds fun though. Although I remember when I was learning blueprint, the biggest problem for me with learning blueprints is if you don't know what to type, you won't find the blueprint in a lot of cases. So it's like most of it is just memorizing what can blueprints do and what is the name of the node called. And I guess that just takes time, right? Since when did Monday become happy day? Better to be happy Monday than bad Monday, right? I like blueprints and visuals that have no idea what functions are. Like the whole thing of functions. Just like, should I just like crash course functions? And when to use them. Provided effect. That's gonna need an encounter. Provided effect. Get provided effect. So I tried copying the third person template into another project, and when I go to the map, it is empty. I would recommend migrating, I think is the correct term. So if you have like a third person template into another map or into another project, everything within the third person, like for me it's the first person, right? I would right click and I would go to migrate. So copies assets found in the selection and their dependencies to another content folder, and this will allow you to migrate it over to another project. And as for functions, functions are, you can think of them like, yeah, I would delete the other files, 100%. Functions are like machines that have an input and an output, and so it's reusable. So if you have like I don't know, let's say calculate enemy damage, where it's going to do some calculation of data behind the scenes, and you want to run this over and over again, you input some data, process it, and export it. And everything that's stored within that function is removed from memory after it's run. So you can have like a bunch of what they're called local variables, which are just things stored while running that instance of the function that are then removed from memory. So that way you can just reuse a lot of your code without having to go back and change multiple instances of it. Yeah, it's fully removed from memory. So like for instance, this complete NPC stage is a function, right? This is a whole function with an output and one input of a stage to complete. And I have a whole bunch of local variables. They're hidden by my camera. Hold on, I can show you. Source, cam. Oh wait, I can just do that. So you can see down here, I have a whole bunch of local variables. These are only stored when it's running this instance of the function, and then they're removed from memory. So it's a good way to make your code efficient. And then anytime that I want to call this function anywhere else in my code, I don't have to rewrite the code in order to make it work. So it's like little modules, and you make a game by hooking up these modules of functions to each other to handle data or to produce the desired result. If you copy your code all over the place and you need to make changes to one part of it, then you need to go and make changes to every part of it. And it just gets really out of hand. I know a big problem for me too, and maybe it's a bit better now, but was blueprint communication. Like, how do I have... Okay, I can make something happen in blueprint A. How do I make that affect blueprint B? And for me, that was a big... that was a big challenge with learning blueprints. Haven't got there yet. When you do, just let me know. Okay, encounter ID. We'd have to go through all of the encounters. So we'd have to do get data table row names for NPC data. Get data table row. And then with data table row, break story stages for each loop. We might want to turn this into a break as well. Yeah, let me turn this into a for each loop and break. That way we can exit out when we hit the right one. Gonna move all this away. Break encounter ID is get display name equal case insensitive to current potion outcome trigger value. Yeah, the visual scripting for me, I don't know, it works for my brain. And regular coding, not so much. Oh, sorry, I didn't put my cam back. Hold on, sorry. Oopsies. Wait, it says it's back on. Did it not? Oh, I know what. Hold on, I know what happened. I know what happened. I know what happened. Can I put my alerts back on too? Are those fixed? Okay, we're okay with the alerts. I love what I glance at the visual scripting and can think about it, whereas typing code I gotta read and think. Yeah, I feel the same way. And it's really funny because I know coders that are, it's totally the opposite. They can't process blueprints. But give them code and it's just like done, done, done. My dad's kind of that way. Okay, effect ID to check. And Boolean. Because we're checking a potion score, we need to do operator. So we need to get the trigger comparator and do a select on it. Migration worked fantastic. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, we need to get this to an integer. Sorry. Okay, this is gonna look a little bit spaghetti. We need to do a comparator and check if it was found and it passes. So it's equal. If it is I guess we can just plug in a not to this directly, right? You need greater, equal, lesser, less equal. Technically, I could make this into a macro. I'll consider making that into a macro. And if not applicable, we just apply true. So I had a thought. I really like collecting stuff in Elden Ring. I was wondering if there'd be any interest on this channel for just in like some spare time to... I want to collect every single weapon and every single piece of armor in the entire game. I really like doing that. It's kind of fun just to like find these weird NPCs that have this 1% drop rate and then farm it until we get the drop. But I don't know if that would be interesting for people to watch. It will require me to do multiple playthroughs sometimes, because I will have to, you know, push certain quest lines in different directions. I'll have locked myself out of certain things. And yeah, so there will be like multiple completions, even of the DLC. I'll have to replay the DLC, because there's... In fact, I'll have to replay the DLC twice, because there's a weapon that you have to get and turn into a different weapon. And I chose one of those. I will then have to get the other weapon, and I will have to get the original weapon that's been unturned. So yeah, it's like, just do a debug option to increase chance by 50. I mean, most of them aren't bad to farm. Most of them I don't have to spend more than like 20 minutes farming. Some of them drop really quickly, some of them don't drop quickly. I've already collected like all of the daggers and the straight swords. Colossal weapons, I think I've collected all the colossal like colossal hammers or whatever. But I still have tons that I have not gotten. I don't know how long it would take me, but maybe we could just, I don't know, at the end of a stream, tackle a new category until we get it. I think armor would be more difficult though than weapons, because there's a lot of armor pieces that drop from some like random enemy, and then you have to collect all of the armor pieces. Whereas weapon is just, you get the weapon, you're done. Talismans too. Now the thing is, I have every single talisman from the base game. I have most of the ashes from the base game, but might be missing some of the ashes. What else? Cookbooks. I could collect all. I think I have every single cookbook from the base game, but not from the DLC. So, like, just collect everything. Collection log completed for Elden Ring. Could be kind of fun. Let me open up my window, too. How warm is it out? Yeah, let me open up my window. Yeah, that's good. We can try it today after work and see what you guys think of it. Oh. Dude. Where's the train? The cleanup of people I follow, but this survived. Hell yeah, thank you, Kent. We're almost at 300 followers. I'm thinking we could do a small, very humble giveaway, and I don't know, some kind of celebration at 300 followers. We didn't do anything for 200, but 300 sounds pretty cool. Maybe play some Deep Rock Galactic with viewers, or some GTFO if we want to get pretty spoopy with it. But I'd have to get Discord working on my streaming computer. For some reason it crashes when I am in video calls, but maybe with voice calls it'll be better. I don't know why it crashes. Okay, let me go through my logic here. We are testing provided effect. First, we need to grab all of the stages. We need to find the stage that it equals. When that's true, we go through, we check if there's a comparator. And we ask, was it found? And does it pass the comparator check? If true, we then need to do what? I really want to fart. Damn you. Past potion outcome check. Set true, break the for each loop. I was also thinking we could do some blueprint tutorials, but there's so many already very exceptional tutorials on YouTube. I don't know if people would like that. I don't think I'm very good at teaching people either. So that's one caveat. Where do we put this? I mean, I'm gonna collapse these to nodes, but I just need something to work off of for the moment, so. Theoretically, this should still be okay, the potion outcome character status. Force encounter is going to be a little bit more awkward. But it should be fine. We're just going to force add it to the list. But didn't we want to do that before and it was like really weird? And it was going to cause a whole bunch of problems? Liren, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Why do I not hear anything? Oh, I think I muted it because we're still... Okay. Pretend you heard something there, guys. Okay? I got follow rated by 1,000 bot accounts. And I had to delete them and mute my alerts. So, thank you, Liren, for the raid. Welcome, raiders. What are you guys up to today? Were you playing a game? Are you gaming? Who games anymore? 2024. That's the sub value. Yeah, we'll make that look better. Forcing 2D to appear. But we can kind of guarantee that that's going to be the case here, right? Well, not really. I'm not sure we can force encounter. I'm not sure I want to force the encounter. I would rather make it a separate encounter. And the reason why is because forcing it negates a check of any other conditions. For instance, you might have provided a really good poison, but you might have also gotten Spoon killed, right? By, I don't know, giving him some other really shitty potions that do nothing for him. So I'd rather just make a separate encounter where we are sure that the right criteria are met in order to spawn that encounter, and ignore doing it this way. So we will remove that. Score threshold terrible, he dies. That's correct still. Yes. And instead we will make a 2D encounter. Let's duplicate that. Oh, here it is. We're gonna remake 2D. This is a bit awkward. I wouldn't mind completely overhauling the way that we spawn NPCs. I don't think it would take us more than a day to do. But just to make sure that we have really solid, accessible code for determining encounters. Because I think this is starting to get a little bit dirty and messy. We'll see. Okay, 2D is going to be very similar to 2B. Damn it. So I'll just duplicate 2D instead. Alright, spawn control for this one. So we have three sets of 2. The first 2A requires what? That he's alive, he wants to do business with you, you provided the paralysis, and the bandit leader didn't die from the potion. That's fine. 2B is going to have the same things, except it's going to be if you didn't provide the paralysis and he didn't die from the potion. To C, which needs to go above 2D, is if he's alive but he doesn't want to do business. And 2D will be He's alive, wants to do business. We don't care about paralysis. You completed the previous stage. But the bandit leader did die from the potion. That should work. That should work. Yeah, God, that's a... You know, I like it. I like how many different little variations of his story can happen. I really enjoy, too, that there's a lot of it that can be controlled from dialogue and not just the potions that you give Spoon. But it does have an organizational requirement to it that I'm not familiar with. But maybe you would have, like, experienced narrative designers looking at this and saying, yeah, fine, no problem. Especially if they have experience with, like, RPG games and games with a lot of choices. But it's exciting to know that I can give this game to somebody who might want to break the game by making dumb choices or making wild choices, and something will happen because of it, right? Like, what happens if I do blank? You know? I like that aspect of it. And especially if we do things where... What if you give Spoon a healing potion instead of poison? You know, he goes to poison the bandit leader, and I mean, maybe you end up with Spoon dying because he gets killed by the bandit leader, and you never hear from him again. So that, you know, that whole idea of sabotaging NPCs, I think, is pretty cool. Okay, stages to discard on completion. 2A, 2B, 2C. And we need to update these as well. So on 2C, we need to discard with 2D. Guys, this is where he won't want to do business with you anymore. This is 2B. Would discard 2D. And on 2A, discard 2D as well. This way, once you're locked into a path, you can't, you know, go back and get like some previous thing that would be obviously not progressing the story in that regard. And we'll finish this up. Provided flavor. We don't store provided flavor yet in Ocean. Only store provided effect. We'll remove that for now then. We don't know if we need it yet. Alright, close these. Don't need that. Don't need that open. Close these. Crash the engine. Good start. Good thing I just saved. I don't know why it's crashing. Clearly, I've broken something. I'm curious too, do any of you watch my YouTube videos? Like, if you miss part of a VOD? Do you guys watch it? I'm curious if there's any overlap between my Twitch viewers and my YouTube viewers. Okay, we need to continue writing this. But we'll close it for now. I think this is okay. Curious how long this file is. Not that long. It actually... it breaks down pretty well. Okay, that looks good. Let's collapse these nodes. Potion outcome trigger provided effect. And this is potion outcome trigger score threshold. Input of outcome trigger value. Wait, is that correct? Oh, we didn't save this. Hold on. Score threshold trigger value. Terrible. Character status update thief dead. Oh, this is for 2A. Hold on. Okay, so 2A is terrible and bad. Score threshold terrible. Character status update. It should be thief dead. Yeah. To be gets caught by warrior and dies, gets caught by warrior and jailed. Terrible, thief, dead, outcome, bad. There's no potion outcomes for 2B. Well, it can't be right. No, because 2B is where he gets. Terrible dead. Once you possess false. No, that's great. This is 2C. Yeah, 2C there's no potion, so there's no outcomes. 2D is the same as 2B for potion outcomes. Terrible, bad. I think I need a whole genre of music called monk hop, which is just monk chanting with hip hop beats in the background. Wouldn't score threshold also then need an input of the encounter? Oh no, we just check the current encounter. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Three A has no potion outcomes. Yes, because these are the ends, so he doesn't want a potion anymore. 3A and 3B don't require potions. Potion 4, he does want a potion. He comes back to tell you about his rematch with Ratman. And he wants a potion for that. So that is going to have a follow-up. Technically that should be Thief 5. Thief 6 should be his pawn shop. Thief 4 outcomes. Terrible, bad. Base, good, exceptional. So Spoon does his rematch with the Ratman. And I think he wants a potion of stamina, right? And luck. But if you provide the luck, he gets caught cheating. I think is what we determined. Oh, we never filled it out. Oh, what did we write for that then? Do we have a conditional in here for... We have potion score, but we don't have provided effect. We can make that. That's not a big deal. Because I'm thinking we don't need separate encounters for that. Trying to think of what would be interesting. Obviously, terrible is you don't provide him the potion at all, or you provide him with something that doesn't match with what he needs. So he would, let's say he drowns. He loses and drowns, so he dies. Bad is he just loses. Wins, but just barely. His base. Wins by a huge margin. Wins and Ratman drowns. So for the most part, if you provide him with the potion he needs, he's going to win. Unless you provide him with... You give him a little luck potion. In this case, he gets caught cheating, is disqualified, and is being hunted by the Ratmen. We could just make us like now he's on the run. Like we could tie that, I guess, into 3B, I think it was. Yeah, where he just kind of like goes and joins adventuring parties to do dungeons. So he has some protection. We won't make him like hunted, he's just disqualified. We can't have this infinite number of branches out there, it's just a little bit too... It's a little bit too much. Tells you about the 4 outcomes. Now at this point he would have already set up his shop. So this is like an extra encounter that happens as long as it's eligible. But it will require that he's opened up his pawn shop already. That looks good. So let's duplicate Thief 5 and we'll make Thief 6. Yeah. B4, B5. I'll just duplicate this. Technically, this should be thief 6. Okay, Spoon's pawn shop open, true. Character status alive, true. Wants to do business, true. Stage complete, 4. And I don't think we need to do any other check. Everything else we can handle within that encounter. Starting wait, wait after not picked. Reset wait after NPC picked. Alright, and then Thief 4. I want to double check its spawning conditions. Pawn shop opened. He's alive. He wants to do business. Completed either 3A or 3B. And we convinced Spoon to rematch race. Perfect. Now Thief 6 is the one where we want to we have to convince Spoon. No, we just have he's opened his shop. He's alive, he wants to do business, and we've completed either 3A or 3B. That looks correct. And then within the dialogue of that, we can determine if Spoon allowed his shop open to anyone, because that's how he meets his wife, the troll, is if he allows anyone to enter the shop, she comes in, she's super in, she loves spoons as well, like she's a spoon fanatic. He converts her over to his religion of, what's the name of the god? What's the name? Oh yeah, Stenchus, god of sewer. Okay, so he converts her to believe in Stenchus, the god of sewers, and they fall in love and share this bond of love for spoons. It's beautiful. It's such a beautiful ending. Could not be happier. Alright, let's move this up. These should only output if they are true. So we should be safe. All right. And before I forget, let's comment this out because this just looks wild. Oh, and we need to make sure to clear this variable. And forget for each run of this loop. Checks if NPC stage is valid. If not, we simply spawn a new one in. Discards completed stage and any additional stages that are set to discard on completion of it. Handles any specific potion outcomes that are desired by designers. This quickly checks which NPC was last picked, which is weird because why don't we just save that information when we pick the next NPC? I don't know why. That could be moved. It's not a big deal, but probably shouldn't be here. This is the awkward part. Goes through each NPC and each of their story stages. Checks initially if the stage is allowed to be checked for addition to the possible stage spawns. Checks if stage already exists in the map. technically I don't need to remove the map. We learned that pretty recently. We don't need to remove it and then re-add it. We just need to trigger the add node and it should update it. This is more of just a redundancy, I guess. I'm gonna go to remove old stage. Go to remove the remove. Quickly check if spawn requirements for existing stage are valid. And we have to do that just to make sure that there aren't any conditions that specify that they should be removed, that the encounter should be removed if that condition is no longer valid. So if like a character is dead, obviously, you know, there might be another encounter that causes that. So then we need to remove any encounters with that character that has now died. Checks if all spawn conditions are succeed. Checks if all spawn conditions succeed. Or pass. Checks if all spawn conditions pass. Updates existing stage with new weight. Okay. Same thing here. Adds new encounter at starting weight. Checks if new encounter, or checks if tested encounter passes all of its spawn conditions. Okay, all commented. It's big and it's beefy, but it's counted. So how many pathways are there for Spoon? I'm kind of curious. Let me flowchart it. Hoot. I don't know if you guys can hear the trains. Spoon, start. He has counter 1. You can lead into encounter 2A, 2B, 2C, 2D, or death. Two C is going to be him not wanting to do business anymore, if I recall correctly. Two D and 2B lead into the same thing, which is 3B. This leads into 3A. But 2B and 2D can also lead into death. I think 2A can lead into death. Yes. Okay. 3A and 3B can optionally lead into 4 and 5. Then there's 6. 4 can also lead to his death, though. And then that will lead into spoon end. Theoretically, with 3A and 3B, I don't think he'll come back. And those could also be the end. A lot of different ways this can go. And I think if we ignore conditionals of this, and possible ways for you to get him killed, or for you to end your business with him in other ways through dialogue, these are the action pathways of Spoon. Oh my god, it's so complicated. A lot of ways you can get him killed, that's for sure. Oh, you can also just end business with him after the first encounter. You can just tell him, I don't want to do business with you. You guys just, I don't know. I really need to talk with some narrative designers and just say, look, how does this look for you? If I told you, hey, can you deal with this system? You know, what would you do? What would you add? What would you change? Does this actually provide a lot of freedom, or is that just my false understanding of it? Yeah. And like some of these are you can only get to 4 through dialogue. So if you don't do any dialogue with him and you just solve his potions, you're going to end at 3A or 3B and you're going to end here. 4 and 5 can only occur if you go through certain dialogue, and 6 can only occur if you... No, once 3A and 3B end, it'll be either encounter 6 or the end of him. But technically, from encounter 6, you could then trigger encounter 4. Yeah. It's something, alright, that's for sure. Oh, man. We'll start with encounter 1. How about that? Okay, what kind of poison do you need? Just need something to rough him up a bit, put him on the brink of death, you know? Anything too strong is likely to kill him, but I want to extract some information before I do that. You should be able to tell him no after that. Not a problem. There might be a subsection of this loop too that trying to think of this here. Other questions you have about this poison? Yeah, what kind of poison do you need again? We'll put a condition here. Just to make sure that the player hasn't already greeted him. Greeted thief 1, false. Conditions, save choice, greeted thief 1, true. So that way with the first time the player greets him, you'll be able to say these things. Second time, yeah, I got my potion ready. And you'll be able to jump right into what kind of poison did you need again? Just need something to rough this guy up a bit, put him on the brink of death, you know. Anything too strong is likely to kill him, but I want to extract some information before I do that. Save choice, conditional on have we learned about Potion Thief 1? True. And condition up here should be that we haven't learned about it. I think that looks correct. And then we'll loop back to here so that the player can kind of ask the questions that they need and then exit whenever they needed. I think that's all the questions I have for now. And this will end the dialogue. Actually, is there an end I actually don't know if there's an end dialogue event that I can put in. You'd think there would be. Am I crazy? Oh yeah, I think if there's nothing left, it just ends dialogue there. can check. But first we need to link back to this, or just put it here. Great start. But does that not load the first one? Did we fuck something up on the spawn? Possible. No, because it succeeded in spawning him. Making the work. The empty node should just be skipped. Ready. Well, let me see then. Let's see if we can print out which one was triggered. Where do we update the new encounter, actually? Oh, I see. I mean, it's definitely spawning him in. Kind of weird that it's not... No, I mean, it spawned the right one. Why then? Greeted thief. Oh, I know why. We changed this to greeted thief 1. Duh. I really need some proper fallback in that case. Should be. Yeah, that looks good. What kind of poison did you need? I'm really interested in providing my services. Can't help you, not a problem. Yeah, that should have been all the questions for now. Oh yeah, that doesn't exit, okay. I do need like an event that ends dialogue. How do they handle that? Story, events, NE, end dialogue. Because that's different from end encounter. End the current dialogue line. There might be one for stop dialogue. Try exit dialogue. I think we have that on end encounter as well. Yeah. Okay, that looks good. Get hint text. Ends current dialogue. Why is that not working? Oh, wait, not the hint text. We want to get the graph display text. Ends current dialogue. I also want to make a node color. And this is a linear color. Default of what? We do a red for end encounter, but I want to do like a, I don't know, just like a pinkish for ending the dialogue. Something a bit nicer. Hey Crossroads, good to see you. How you doing? Yeah, end encounters like a dark red. We want like a light pink. Oh my god, that is a that is a very violent pink. Doing alright, how about yourself? I'm doing alright too. We finally got moved out of our old apartment, so you know that's a bit of stress off my back. I don't have to care about it now. Although the landlords are being kind of assholes. Taking pictures of like the corners. You didn't clean properly. It's like I was there for like 12 fucking hours cleaning the whole apartment, okay? Can you cut me some slack? I don't have the best cleaning tools, okay? I'm not some professional cleaner. I did my best. Okay, we'll see if this works. Spoon. I think that's all the questions I have for now. Oh. Oops, I just closed the project. I meant to close just that. I need to print something out. What is this? For the court. Hold on, I'll print it out right now so I don't forget. You guys can stare at me. Right click, print. Okay, we're printing it. Do we need a copy? I'm getting married. You know, just like that, kind of that small thing called marriage, right? But we have to ask the court's permission to marry first. You know how it is, right? And so I moved out of a place and the landlord was mad about how messy it looked. Clearly she had no idea what condition the place was in when I moved in. I mean, look, it's like, look, we lived here for 5 years, okay? This landlord did not buy the most exceptional pieces of equipment and furniture. We didn't abuse things. It's just, it's 5 years of living in an apartment. Not everything is going to be up to the quality that it was 5 years ago. We did our best. We cleaned, we mopped, we swept, we cleaned the walls, the ceiling, the balcony, all the furniture inside. We did our best. You know, so we just told them, like, hey, look, if you have a problem, just take it out of our deposit. We don't give a fuck, okay? I feel like if you own an apartment at that point, that you have to accept some responsibility of, between tenants, you may have to get a cleaning service to come in and polish it off, right? They should be happy that we cleaned it for about 12 hours of cleaning. Either way. We weren't messy, you know? It's just 5 years, you're gonna have some things that need to be cleaned up. And I challenge you to go to anybody's home and take a picture of the corners behind all the furniture and expect that it's gonna look perfect, especially when they have a pet. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Shutters remember the condition the place was in when she moved in. Yeah, how was it when you moved in? Hold on, let me grab this paper. this up. Just put it there, whatever. No, I will fold. What I. We have to do all this paperwork for getting married because I'm a foreigner, so I have to get permission from the U.S. government that I'm of marrying age, or not of marrying age, but of marrying status. But the U.S. doesn't provide that, so we have to tell the courts that the U.S. doesn't provide that. We have to register, and it's all this bullshit. And then I'll have to apply for a residence permit on the basis of marriage. That's going to be more paperwork. My tip is get married to somebody from the country that you're already a citizen of. Just do it that way. It's so much easier. Don't move to a new country. Don't move to a new continent. Just don't do it. The amount of paperwork and bullshit you have to survive is not fun. Alright, let me test this. Okay. That works. Perfect. So you just want to hurt him enough to talk. Question mark. Microwave was stolen. Stove was missing a piece. There was tools, other stuff abandoned in both the sheds. Massive red stain on the kitchen floor. Hopefully wine. Bong in the cabinet with condiments. Rotten meat in the fridge. Glow paint on the lights. And glow paint on the door that said eat shit. Smearing on the bathroom mirror a message that said I'm sorry for you. And some footprints on the bottom of the cabinet shelves. What? What? That's wild. Yeah, I mean, God forbid I leave some crumbs and maybe some cat hairs in a corner while we're leaving. Yeah, don't give me anything that is going to kill him too fast. I can't give bonuses for flavor or something, right? It'd be kind of funny if he's like, yeah, bonus points if it tastes like shit. And then people showing up looking for their prior residence, angry because they owe money. Jesus Christ. Probably a lot more, but I can't remember it all. Wow. Wow. That's wild. It's not even the worst place it's not even the worst place you've been in? Oh no. This is gonna be renting horror stories to stream. Thankfully, the place we're in now is owned by my fiance's mother, so soon to be my mother-in-law. So we can do whatever the fuck we want with it. And it's not gonna say we're gonna trash it, but we can, you know, like, I don't know, hang something up on the wall without having to ask if we can put a hole in the wall first. You know, call people to deal with some things. Get a new rug or something. You care for flavor? You can kind of just lead down there. One place, husband and I were there for 3 months before we fled to another apartment. Jesus. Highest score of roaches I killed in a day was 32. Wow. We're in that phase right now where we just... like, we can't own anything, and whatever we have right now, which is great, is not big enough to, you know, like, have a kid. So, I don't know what we're gonna do. This keeping score usually was in the... God, I could not sleep in that. Complaining about apartments? Yeah. Exactly. Yoy. Almost convinced the people above us had a body upstairs based on the smell. The last apartment we were in, we think... well, we weren't sure, but we think that the person above us was into woodworking. I'm really upset, you know, because I grew up in a house, right? I grew up in the US, we grew up in a house. Houses are nice. You don't have any... you have neighbors, but you don't hear most of the things they do. At most, you're going to hear them mowing the lawn, having a party outside. That's about it, right? When you live in an apartment, I don't understand how people can be so oblivious to the fact that they create noise, and that noise may not be desirable to hear by their neighbors. Like, what the hell? Like, if you're into woodworking, great. Can you not do it in your fucking apartment at like 10 p.m? I don't want to hear you banging and sawing upstairs. Or like neighbors partying until some ungodly hour. In the time we were there, we only ever showered once. They ran in the bathroom when their shower ran. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's fucked up. He can taste whatever he wants before he dies. And no air conditioning in summer. Yeah, we had that in our last apartment. But you were down south. Not acceptable. Not even like a window unit? Had to flee to a motel for a bit? Don't blame you. No window unit. Jesus. But I mean, like, was there a win? Because, you know, you can get like a window unit for like, what, $50? Was there no like window you could put one in? I know here in Europe they have different windows, so you can't buy like those window units that you can just shove in, which kind of sucks. So if you want a proper air conditioning unit, you have to get it like mounted outside. Borrowed one, but it was tiny, didn't do much. I'm gonna move this over. Hold on. This is the first time that we're going to be determining this. When they did fix the air conditioning, it flooded the floor. Okay, you definitely win on the horror stories, that's for sure. Start, begin dialogue. Beef 1 node ID here. I saw a review recently. Place apparently continued its descent downhill. I wouldn't mind if a local municipality had some way, you know, some kind of like not investigator, but some department to handle a standard for renters. And I'm not saying that the place needs to have some massive checklist of shit that should be there for when somebody moves in, but there should be a standard. Although I fear that in some cases like that, it would just, the price would be passed on to the people renting. When we were there, I remember telling my husband if I died in that place, I'm haunting the landlord and I'm bringing the ghost of the roaches I killed with me. You'll be the roach queen. Now that would be like a cool villain. The roach queen. What do you call like a group of roaches? It would be a swarm, right? What do you call a group of roaches? An intrusion. What do you call a group of baby roaches? Like, would it be like a brood or something? I don't know. Just called nymphs. You and your nymphs creating an intrusion. I love it. I mean, it fits, right? It does fit. Are you sure we don't need a copy of this paper that you wanted me to print out? They indeed intrude. I don't know if Europe has any. Maybe like Southern Europe has roaches. Courier. Any care for flavor? Not he can taste whatever he wants before he dies. We'll have them all like lead in to continue. Condition. Learned about potion thief. False. Rossi, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, guys. I had to pause my alerts. Hopefully I can turn them back on. Now I had to mute them. Yeah, I think I can unmute them now. Sorry, we got follow rated by like 1,000 followers, so I had to delete them all. My alerts kept going. Kind of annoying. No, it's not still going. Thankfully it's ended. Here, I'll re-ping the raid so you guys can enjoy it.
Guys, you gotta think about this as a business venture. All right, the three of us combining our ingredients, making like one gigantic, delicious cream pie.
Yeah.
Some little kid's sucking it down and he's paying us for the pleasure.
Thank you so much, man. How are you doing? What were you doing today? You've been playing... what was it? Pacific Drive, right? More Pacific Drive, hell yeah. A letter to my grandpa who died 3 years ago. Rip. Pacific Rim, I don't think it's Pacific Rim. Pacific Rim job. That's what you call it when the world's ending and you get a Rimmy. Copy condition. Would be cooler if I could walk around in a giant mech in Pacific Drive, to be honest. I'd really love if there was Pacific Drive DLC, but I don't know how they would handle it. I really want more to that game. Even if there was just like a no story involved, endless like roguelike mode where you just have to keep moving forward and the conditions and loot become more worse and more rare until you just kind of, you know, died. Program I won yesterday is actually super neat, by the way. Excited to see how it develops. That's awesome. If the guy ever comes back in here, I'll let him know. Gotta attempt to be productive, right?
Carol! Carol! I gotta talk to you about Pepe. And when I open the door, what do I find? There's not a single goddamn desk
you for the
in
follow.
that office. There is no Carol in HR.
I have to trim that. I have to trim that alert down. That's just the long drive. Kind of is, yeah. What was that? That was my follow alert. They're pretty long. They're more tame than my my sub alerts. I'll tell you that. I have one sub alert about cyber sex, and then another one about. Oh my god, emote. How did you get that past the Twitch mods? Well, the Twitch mods are all Coomers anyway, right? So I guess that makes sense. You can't have anything with a potty. But if you have women in underwear, that's okay. Why is this so huge? Just a nice dance. Yeah, okay, okay. Okay. Anyone read the Twitch newsletter? Why would anybody read the Twitch newsletter? Friend drew two men putting sunscreen on each other. That's great. I love it. And got temporarily banned. Twitch is so overcooked. It's not even funny. What a
Two shots as they were intended by blasting them directly into your mouth.
Awesome! I'm wasted!
thank you, Rice Boyo, for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And some people have emotes of twerking. Yeah, twerking is allowed, but God forbid. I know that Dan's Gaming used to have. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, it was this one. It was just like some little, you know, weird emote of Dan on the potty. There's like nothing sexual about it, but they removed it. And but this one's allowed. Jesus Christ, dude. What a platform. Affiliate in like a week, then banned within a month. Yes, I'm serious. Nah, I'm just messing with you. Okay, and this way you'll be able to deny service to him. I see his ways for Twitch to try and yoink more money out of viewers. That's why I really like what Asmon does with his Zach Rar channel, where he just costs Twitch an absurd amount of money. Pretty funny. Twitch took down one of my emotes for flashing, flickering image, and all it was this. Wait, really? Yeah, you can gigantify an emote with bits. There used to be an old bug that you could make emotes massive. Twitch bug massive emote. It was really funny. There was oversized default emojis. These were so great. That was a great day. I can't find any more images. Yeah, that was funny. Let me go in there for a second. Human. Not gonna lie. This is someone who went through and was reporting body emotes and only one that got hit. Who knows? I've been hit with 3 follower raids now. The biggest one being today at 1,000 followers. And I don't know why people are doing it. I don't know if somebody's paying for it. But according to the cost that I saw, it costs like $200 to buy 100 followers. I don't really know what they're doing. Some board script kid. It doesn't take me long to remove it anyway. I get hit with like the those Twitch scam ones too. Those ones that like talk about chaos. It's summer, not in school. Good point. Okay, we need to do two things. We need to save a choice and then end the encounter. Beef wants to do business. False. Now that some more of you are here, I'll re-ask the question I asked earlier, which was, I really like collecting things in Elden Ring, and I was thinking it would be kind of fun if we could just, over the course of time, hop in and collect every single weapon, armor, ash, and talisman in the game. Working from my current save, which has a lot of them, but certainly not all of them. And it would require me to go to a lot of places, beat a lot of bosses again, start new game pluses, do the DLC again, because there's a lot of stuff in the DLC I don't have. Just if that would be kind of interesting for you guys to watch a little bit of. We could do like an hour or two at the end of a stream and just casually collect some more stuff that we're missing. Sounds like you gotta make a big checklist. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of stuff I'm missing. I have all the talismans, legendary ashes, and legendary armaments from the base game. So, you know, that's some stuff I already have. I have recently collected all of the daggers, straight swords, and colossal hammers. It's not too bad. Like, I can go through one section pretty reasonably. And if I need to complete the game again and like unlock something, it doesn't take me too long. I don't know, it will take time, but I don't think it'll take too much time. Armor is definitely going to be the hardest, because armor is like, I have to sometimes collect 5 pieces from one enemy. But I can increase drop rate too, so it's not that bad. Collecting all, yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody's completed the collection log in old school RuneScape. There's just no chance. Even people who aren't Iron Men. This collection log is actually pretty similar for amount of work between Iron Men and non-Irons. But no, it's impossible, especially for like clue items. You'd have to get every single 3rd age drop. That's not happening. Anything that might make your work easier? Could add a paralysis effect. Yeah, actually, that would help a lot. Make a separate potion that paralyzed that can cause paralysis. I'll take that too. Sounds great. I need to record a video too for YouTube with just my final thoughts of the DLC. And then, yeah, I mean, even today, if we want, we can just do a quick section of like weapons, for instance. The next one that I have to do, and just see how we like it. Okay, that looks good. That jumps into the lore loop. It would be nice if we could ask him, like, what's the purpose of this book? Like, what happened? Why do you want to hurt this guy? Okay, let's see, and we'll connect up this here. I'll add it to the stream title so people know what to expect. Elden Ring, collecting all items later. I just think it'd be fun. I like playing the game. I like it a lot, and it's fun to have to go to locations that I only really visited once and farm some weird enemy for some reason. Damn it, you guys love this fart. If I ever remove this fart, you guys are going to riot. Feel. You guys heard about the meme that's taken the UK by storm? Alright, what's the punchline? Go ahead and say it. We kind of lead all these back to here, but I want to lead them back to here. That's all the questions I have about the specifics for the moment. This will then lead back to the main loop. I got some badge for watching new Elden Ring DLC content. Oh, yeah, you got the Raging Wolf helm. When did you watch new DLC content? You have 2 wolves inside of you. If I may ask, who do you want to poison and why? So this is where we can learn about the story of it. Days later, it's a dude who went to a rave and got lost and didn't go home to his hotel. And the British community has truly clowned on this situation. Madeline McLean all over again. He went to a rave, got lost, and didn't go home to his hotel? Man, you really have to be you really have to be within that community to make fun of that one. You look at an Elden Ring stream for less than a second, you got the badge. Huh, I wonder if my main account has that badge. Maybe I do. Ooh-each. Am I on my main account? Here I am. I'm gonna spoil my main account. I'll hop in the chat and I'll type something for my main account. LOL. Oh, I'm a moderator, so I don't have it. Okay, well, whatever. Don't click it. Oh, I do have it? Oh, yeah, I see it now. Raging Wolf Helm. Okay. We can see your badges. Okay, if I may ask, Spoon, who do you want to poison and why? And this is going to be conditional on whether or not we've learned about his poison. They've just been coming out with some hilariously fucked stuff. This one was read about on the news. The search party should shout auto glass repaired to return. What? What is going on? Well, there's this bandit clan. Clan Bastard or Beetroot. I don't really remember. These assholes stole my stuff and I want to get it back. Only problem is they've hidden it somewhere. Bandit Bob. I want to sneak in to their camp. Find that leader asshole. And interrogate him. Then I think I'll kill him. We can ask him. What did he steal? What did they steal? We have another question for. What would they have stolen? Started a suspicious GoFundMe. British people don't like it. Oh, British people don't like suspicious GoFundMe pages. I don't think anybody likes those. What if they stole all of his spoon nuts? What if the bandits just stole all of Spoon's spoon nuts? This would just be another whole bit of lore that I'd have to tie into his father's stuff. Let me just say, like, just some of my belongings. Everything I had on me. These were for sure your belongings, right? Well, at the time they were. Are any of us truly owners of our things? No, he'll say like, before us, someone else owned the things we owned. Just nature, I suppose. So you stole items, and these bandits stole them back. And these bandits stole them from you. If we want to get technical about it. You might be right. These may or may not have been the bandits' items in the first place. Look, either way, I have to get them back. You gonna help me? Hmm. I kind of want to like link up to here to save some space. Potion ready yet? I guess poison in this case. Rated Thief 1. Yeah, but we should only know that if we've learned about what he wants. Fine for the moment. Yeah, I'll help. Could lead back up to the... Actually, I can just link up to there, can't I? Events, begin dialogue. Thief 1. It's gonna look a bit weird, but it works. I'm curious though which one it'll load first. I don't know if there's any way that I can force that. Oh, no, there is. I know the function that builds these dialogue lines. I could have... There might be a way for me to tell it to force it to the top of the dialogue list. Or actually, it's listed here in the NPC, in the player replies. I think I can reorder it. It goes 2589. This one is 25. So it's in the order that you link them up. Okay, good to know. There was one other bug too that I wanted to fix, which was when you click on a reply, I needed to reset the dialog box's position. Because right now if you scroll to the bottom of the response box from the NPC and you click on it something else that's also quite long, it will stay at that point in the dialog box. And I want it to reset back to the top so that you can start reading it from the top again. And I've been forgetting to do that, so let me do that real quick. Narrative 3, UI, widgets, narrative button, select reply, and pull off from here. I don't know the name of it. Hold on. Not the player reply box. It would be... the the response scroll box from narrative 3 overlay. Kind of a wonky way to do it, but it'll work. There should be a scroll to top. Start. It works. It should work. There might be a small delay when it happens, in which case we can just add a small delay here. Of like a couple ticks. I could also put it within that once it's ended build. You know, let me do that. Oh. Never mind, I can't because it's in this. It's in C. And I want to rebuild. We can test it though. Have any family? Okay, so we scroll to the bottom of this. Fucking spoon look. I'd have to get two nodes that are very large next to each other. That are both large enough to trigger the box. What's in the box? I think the Talk of His Dreams, where we learn about the rat men, might do it. Try that. Any big dreams for you, Spoon? I won't laugh. Okay, these both lead into that. Fishing Golem Stone. Awfully prejudicial. Okay, it works. Yep, we get scrolled back to the top. Okay, another thing too is that the long dialogue options don't bleed over into the next bit, so I need them to wrap their text. Just telling them to auto-wrap text should be enough. No, that's not helping. No, because I need it to fill. Setting it to fill should do it. Still isn't working here. Why is that? Let's see if we can get a dialogue option in here. I can't override the text of this. Shit. How can I get that to wrap? I mean, if I set a specific wrapping size, it should work. Like, where is it? I tell it to wrap text at like 500. You know, that's gonna work. Oh, that might do it. Having it with auto wrap and fill should, I hope, handle it. It's still not filling. Why wouldn't it be filling? Debug, widget reflector. Maybe because the vertical box isn't set to stretch, but it looked like it was. Possible. Play reply box. It says fill. It does say fill, so it should handle it. They look correct. Unless because the default size is set to auto when they're made as children, you would need to override that to be fill. That's possible. Okay, let me find out where that's made then. Kind of forget. Right here, actually. Set horizontal alignment left, that's fine. Set size. Size rule fill. It's not working. Why are they so tiny? Auto wrap text should work by taking the minimum required size and wrapping there. And now it's just weird. Oh, it's because it's trying to fill horizontally and vertically, I think. Yeah, it's trying to fill both horizontally and vertically. Probably because the horizontal box is set to do that. If we align it center vertically, maybe that won't happen. Something here just needs to be set to not fill vertically. I think it'll fix that issue. Noxious. We can figure out what it is. Oh, it might be the button. Yeah, that could make sense. It's a C class? No, it's not. Just the dialogue. It's the button. Well, let's keep that up. Wait, there isn't a button. Is it an override? Narrative button dialogue up. Oh yeah, it's inheriting from common button base. But I didn't think a button's regular. Hold on, can I get it as a button? Button dialogue. I cast it to a button. Cast to button. Common button base. Size. I mean, but if I can cast to the button base, I should be able to. This is gonna be alignment. It's like it's the fill. I don't think casting it to user widget is gonna do it. Shit. Because it specifically as the slot. It's slotted as an overlay slot, but the parent class is a button. This is getting the vertical box slot of the child. I wonder if I do automatic. If I override the horizontal fill and we do size rule automatic. It should request as much horizontally as it can have, but only. Okay, hold on. Damn you! The only other one of the I mean, I guess I could do like a size. That's annoying. Very annoying. Just vertical slot. Sets vertical alignment. I mean, instead of set size, we'll do it this way. Horizontal fill, vertical center. bitch. I didn't think this would be an annoying bug to fix. Should have known. That's it. That's really that's really annoying. I can just force the wrapping at a certain size. And that will scale properly if the player adjusts the window size. But I'd prefer to just let it handle it automatically. I still think taking that off of fill is just going to result in the original problem. Where it's just going to wrap at weird locations, yeah. I don't really get that. I mean, it really looks correct. Like, it's filling up the whole place. I can't really get information about its alignment either. Yeah, it's slotted as that button slot. Is it because of the minimum width? Like if it has to wrap text, it wraps to the minimum width. Hey, Casper. Where's that debugging? It's the widget reflector. I'm trying to get the dialogue options to wrap at the end of this, of the right hand side, but they're wrapping far too soon. And I'm not sure why. Retarded mechanic, yeah, it is. And it's like there's just like one thing that's fucking it up. There's just like one. I'm telling it to, so I tell it to fill an auto wrap, right? Which means it should auto wrap at the end. So it's first gonna try to fill, and if it can't overfill, it should wrap. Wait, now it's working. But before, when I did this, it wasn't working. I don't know. I must have done something and just didn't pay attention to it. Because now it's working. Sure, liar. It wasn't working, I promise. I swear. On Stenchus, the god of sewers. Just farming, yeah, I'm just farming content, that's exactly it. And I will tell the button to align vertically with a top padding of 8. First try working. Unreal Engine is easy, just don't make bugs. Don't make bugs and you will never have to fix any bugs. Duh. Making games is easy, but it's hard work. True. I'm curious if this is set to auto. If the number text is set to auto and to fill horizontally and vertically, why is it not ending up in the center when there's wrapped text? It's kind of weird. I disagree with this. We're just memeing. We're just fucking around. It's definitely not easy. If it was easy, everybody could make games and all the games would be great. Easy, it's because you're practiced enough to have an easy time with it. Instead of making good games, it's easy just making games. Nah, we're just memeing. Like, if you don't cause any bugs, you won't ever get a bug. I mean, I could just make these a separate box. You know, let me do that. Then I don't have to worry about padding. That works. Because I've been trying to like fiddle around with this and I wasn't getting it to work, and then it just kind of randomly worked. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, that looks better. Not a fan of the text scaling, but I can always adjust that if we need to. For now, the options look good. I do kind of want to edit the narrative response box, though. Because I'm wondering if we have the case... Oh, I'll paint it for you guys. Time to paint. If I have character name and then character responses like this, where it's normally left aligned, not center aligned, versus what we have now, which is it's all center aligned. Which one is preferable for you guys? The top or the bottom, or something else? They're pretty easy to adjust. Wrap with a horizontal box. DT rich text default. We do bold. We'll do character name. Where's there padding in between here? Oh, because this is not set to... I don't want this to fill, I want this to fill. There we go. And we need to figure out where we build the dialogue response. Where is that? Please don't tell me that's handled in C. That's the player reply box. On NPC dialogue line started. Here we go. Here we go, here we go. T character name is variable. I'm gonna change this into rich text. Might as well. Okay, where was it? Here we go. The character name. Git set text. Format text. You add arguments to that. I'm making presentation about ways you can handle input in UE5. What do you mean? Do I want it? Do I want the presentation? How do I adjust that? So weird. Presentation, I think I'll make it in PDF. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see it. Input sucks. Oh, maybe you have to make it. So if I, hold on, if I And okay, I see. That's pretty cool. How do I usually handle input UI? I make it workable with mouse and keyboard and not controller. So there's my answer. Yes, it will be very beneficial for me. There's no doubt about that. I know for one of the games we worked on, we made a custom input handler. I think we've talked about how we shouldn't have done that, but we thought we did at the time. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think also too some of it was that it was Unreal 4 and they didn't have the new input system. But now that they have the new input system, it should be much easier. I don't remember. You don't like the new input system? I don't like that. That is centered. The enhanced. I like the enhanced input. So far, it's been really great. However, how it works with UI though is common. Yeah, I don't know what this common UI is. All I know is enhanced input. How does this look compared to what it was before? Like before it was all centered, and now it's... You have the character name here, and then it's left justified response. I use rich text for both the name and the response. Yeah, I have to get better at kind of like just... I think everything that should or could benefit from rich text should use rich text. Yeah, you can do some crazy shit, like embedding images, and it's really nice. The scroll box should be independent as well. Let me put a little bit of padding on the right here. 5. I used it for one of my games to do... I don't know if I still have it here. No. Yes. This was back in Unreal 4 point whatever. Who knows? You know, you can use it to do stuff like this, like putting different colors and whatever the hell you want in that. I didn't do any images in this one though, but it was nice. Would it be better to incorporate character name in the response with 2 separate fields, either waste whole column or hold row for character name? They're going to incorporate character name in the response. Yeah, it was originally there in the response. So I'm wondering what people like more. I mean, granted, the character's name can already be seen on the left anyway. So is this even necessary? I don't know. And that's what I'm trying to figure out. I was doing this encyclopedia mechanic that when you hover you had lore encyclopedia pop up. I might make multiple person conversations. There is a possibility. I just don't know yet. What part of dialogue will change? The thing is, if we just do one character response at a time and we move the camera between them, then it's okay. If we combine responses of characters into one, then it will be a little bit different. It's pretty easy to set up though with Narrative 3 to do multiple peoples. Well, it depends on if we have like multiple, if we have like 2 people come in at the same time, how do we do? I don't know. For now, we can just delete the character name. I don't think it's necessary. It's distracting, you know? Although now it's like, okay, do we want to center this, center align this because, or justify it? Okay, I'll just go back to center and just, I don't know, it looked good when it was center justified, now it looks kind of weird. It is what it is. We fixed our bug anyway. All right. That's okay. What did they steal? Let's get some more lore here. Let's get some more lore going. Some more questions that you can ask about the stealing stuff. The player can expect only one person per commission and learn their adventures and relations. That were directed by narration. But like, what if an adventuring party shows up? You know? Because that would be pretty understandable, right? It wouldn't just be one adventurer, but a whole party. And in this way, you can kind of have the reverse party effect, where you are now the single character that the rest of the party is talking to. You send one party member to buy. I mean, that's kind of true. But I think it opens up a lot of dynamic with characters if you are able to challenge multiple people at once, or have multiple of them challenge you. I mean, we can always test it out and just see what people think of it, right? Do some player testing with it. But it is going to be more difficult from like a narrative standpoint. Camp on first encounter comes Dave the Druid, and next encounter Rob the Knight. Same story from yeah, but I mean that's like a really specific situation in which you may not want it, but there are also, I think, a similar number of situations where you would want it. I don't know. We can try it though. It will be harder, but I mean it isn't really, because I can just add another character into this, right? Like speakers, I can just add another speaker in and then select which speaker is saying the thing, and then the system handles it. We'll have to test it out. We'll have to test it out. Okay. Well, there's this bandit clan. Clan Bastard or Beetroot, I don't really remember. I prefer to think of them as the former option. These assholes stole my stuff, and I want to get it back. Only problem is they've hidden it somewhere. I want to sneak into their camp, find that leader asshole, and interrogate him. Then I think I'll kill him. They'll just kill him? Can't offer to give such choices with only one person conversation. I do think there are benefits to having multiple people. But I mean, you can have like a leader of the conversation, right? Like imagine it, you know, one of my complaints about Baldur's Gate 3 was that a lot of the conversations, especially in the later game, you had almost no responses from your companions. And it just felt like you were there, or you were talking and they were just there. And they might have conflictions about what you're saying, and they just don't say anything. So it would be cool if there was multiple characters. I don't have to say like a billion, but if there was one or two other characters that, as you're talking, as you're asking, they might pipe up and say something that this main like leader character doesn't know. And I mean, we can try it. I think that from a logistical standpoint, it shouldn't be too much more difficult. It's just going to require more writing. And knowing when do we want these other characters to pipe in and when should they defer to the leader. And what I mean is that it is still one encounter, right? It's not that multiple characters like randomly are coming in. like Goblin and the Mage, right? Blue Dick Boy and Spoon, and you now have them interacting. It's that there's only going to be one encounter at a time, but that this one encounter might contain multiple people, like a group of adventurers. So that way we are still handcrafting the narrative of what you can say and what the responses will be, but that you aren't just one-on-one with a character necessarily. Unless we want the player to be able to interact with characters separately and as a group. They could say, hey, I'd like to talk to you as a group, or hey, I want to talk to this character individually, and then you can have that one-on-one, right? Because we can do either of those. We do with the other bandits. They'll just kill him? Of course. He stole my shit. Sounds good to me. Let's take this bandit bastard down. And we will also link into these two then. Does Spoon ever goon? He will have a little bit of gooning when he meets his troll wife. And they have they're gonna have a child called Teaspoon. Oh. Oh, he's gonna be simping for her so hard. Like, dude, she's so fucking hot. She could sit on my face. Okay, maybe not that part. Gooning and spooning. Yeah, he's gonna like, what's your favorite thing to do intimately with her? Spooning, obviously. It's the greatest, the most important act any two lovers can do is to spoon. Is Spoon the big spoon? He's the little spoon. He's the tiny spoon. Cause like he's just a goblin, right? He's like tiny goblin. She's big old troll. And see, that would be cool if I could bring those two back and you could talk to them, right? Like he's gonna come back and say he's been married. Here's my my wife. Is there a troll asset? I kind of wonder. Troll. We need a female troll though. Does Spoon share? Well, like, is he poly? A very obvious cave troll from Lord of the Rings. Jesus Christ, that's like it's not even trying to be different. A swinger or a cuck? No, he's very protective of her. Troll lumberjack. I need a female troll. Ogre rat. Oh, dude, that would be perfect for the rat man. If we ever have a rat man, that'd be a really good just base thing to work off of for a rat. I don't know. I don't really see any female troll. I mean, it could be a female troll that looks a bit manly. Troll voice pack. Oh no. I don't know, we'll think about it, because it'd be kind of cool if he comes back with his wife in tow, and you can meet both of them. Okay, what will you do with the other bandits? Not go near them, I suppose. Tear me to shreds. What's the wife's name? We don't know yet. Make them fart. Guys have fetishes. You're all fetishists. Definitely understandable. We'll just kill the leader. Okay, I think we will copy paste the events here and allow the player to kind of loop back into these if they want. Okay, I think that covers the first encounter pretty reasonably, or at least for a start. Let's test it out. On Spoon. Not Blue Dick Boy. Oh, you the alchemist that lives out here? Yeah, I am. Welcome to my neck of the woods. What can I do for you? Need a potion, of course. Well, not so much a potion as it is a poison. Got someone I need to take care of, see? What kind of poison do you need? Just need something to rough this guy up a bit. Put him on the brink of death, you know? Anything too strong is likely to kill him, but I want to extract some information before I do that. Okay, so you just want to hurt him enough to talk? Yeah, don't give me anything that is going to kill him too fast. Okay. You need care for flavor? No, he can taste whatever he wants before he dies. Is there anything that might make your work easier? I could make a separate potion that can cause paralysis. Actually, that would help a lot. I'll take that too. Sounds great. I think that's all the questions I have about the specifics for the moment. If I may ask, who do you want to poison and why? Well, there's this bandit clan, Clan Bastard or Beetroot. Don't really remember. Prefer to think of them as the former option. These assholes stole my stuff and I want to get it back. Only problem is, they've hidden it somewhere. I want to sneak into their camp, find that leader asshole, and interrogate him. Then I think I'll kill him. What did they steal? Just some of my belongings. Everything I had on me. These were for sure your belongings, right? Well, at the time they were. Before us, someone else owned the things we owned. Just nature, I suppose. So you stole items and then these bandits stole them from you? If you want to get technical about it, you might be right. These may or may not have been the bandits' items in the first place. Look, either way, I have to get them back. You gonna help me? Yeah, I'll help. Can I ask something about you? What would you like to know? I'd like to ask a more personal question. How did you get your name? Wanna know why they call me Spoon, eh? We're given names based on the first things we say. Just happened to be Spoon for me. Could have been worse, I suppose. What do you mean? Well, we live in sewers, right? Ain't a lot of pleasant sights floating around down there, if you know what I mean. Got more than a few friends named Turd or the like. One of them is alright. The others live up to their name, though. Definitely lucked out, then. Ain't that the truth? Spoon's got 2 O's in it. Nothing luckier than 2 O's. I see. Have you done anything crazy? Anything crazy like what? I don't know. Any interesting wild stories to tell? One day in Golemstone there was this heavy storm. Washed a ton of sewage and debris into the sewers. More than usual. It was very dangerous, but I raced a rat man down into the depths on a dare. Is Golemstone where you lived? Yeah, you'll have to ask me about it later. Don't know too much about the city, but I can tell you the basics, I suppose. Will do, thank you. Anything else you wanted to know about the race? What are the rat men? Hairy brutish fiends down in the sewers of Golemstone and probably elsewhere. They multiply like wild down there with all the nutrients from the sewage. They have no problem cutting you up or biting off entire limbs if you get too close. Very territorial. That's why I want to hire one to be my store guard. Sounds like an interesting species, that's for sure. That's one way to put it. So did you win? Yes. Really? No. What happened, Spoon? The Ratman knew me. Clever bastard had watched me prior to the race. Knew how I felt about spoons. He ended up throwing a very beautiful silver spoon into the sewage halfway down the river. On instinct, I jumped in to save it. By the time I climbed back in, that smelly fucking rat had won. How you feel about spoons? Has to do with my dad. He was a thief who used to steal spoons. So your dad passed down that love for spoons, I see. Exactly. I wouldn't be the goblin I was today without him. And I mean that literally. I wouldn't be named Spoon unless he taught me that as my first word. Did you ever end up doing a rematch? No, I'm worried he'll pull another trick with spoons and beat me again. I don't think I could stomach the shame of defeat again. Give yourself some time and give it another try. I'm sure you can beat him. You know what? You're right, human. I'm gonna beat that rat bastard and shove sewage down his throat. You got this. Thanks for sharing. That sounds like a lot of fun, though. Okay. Sounds good. I think it's working pretty well. There is one thing, though, is he mentioned his, being a store guard, but you didn't learn that he wants to open a pawn shop yet, so I have to fix that. Where was that? That was in his crazy, right? Yeah, we need a different dialogue for if you haven't learned about his story yet. Or a way for you to ask him about his store. Let's see. Let's just do a conditional. Save choice, and which one is it? Know about Spoon's pawn shop. True. Otherwise... he'll just tell you whatever. He won't tell you that thing. Copy, paste. False. Okay, perfect. We make most of these only able to be asked once. So you can really only go down these dialogue options once, and we do that so that you can't get multiple endings. Like in that case, we did convince him that he should do the race again, which means once we finish his storyline, if he's still alive, he will do encounter 4. I think it's 4. Encounter 4 will spawn, and he will come back to you asking for a potion so that he can rematch the rat man that he raced against and lost to. But the player won't know this. Asking about potion specifics. It's easy to keep track of all these alternative timelines. Yes and no. So the way that I want to do it is that some characters have overlapping aspects to their storyline, and some characters don't. And so the ones that don't, it'll be easy because we just have to contain things within themselves. The ones where there is some overlap, and there is some overlap in the Thief's in Spoon's story, like he can get caught by the warrior and jailed. This won't be too bad because it'll be a case of if this has occurred and the warrior hasn't talked about it yet, we can trigger some dialogue that says, man, I just had this crazy thing happen. You know, I was in the store and this goblin was trying to steal from it, and you know, lucky I was there. He probably would have killed the store owner, but I was able to, you know, get him arrested and thrown in jail. And you know, in that case, that's a very small little encounter that we can have, so that the player can kind of learn that oh, that's why I haven't seen Spoon recently, is because he's thrown in jail. There might be some more difficult cases where an NPC will be killed completely, or you know, completing a certain storyline to a point will unlock another NPC to spawn. So for instance, if you help a necromancer, maybe you'll have this zombie come in and just, you know, like he can't speak, he just like groans at you, and you have to ask him a bunch of questions about what he's looking for until you find the exact potion that he wants you to make. Like, okay, do you want a health potion? Do you want a luck potion? Do you want a poison? Yeah. You know, so we can kind of do some things that are just... We can do whatever we want, really, is whether it be based on a dialogue choice that the player makes, whether it be a specific potion that gets handled, whether you specifically handle an encounter in a very niche way, we can do whatever we want with that. So will keeping track of it be difficult? Yes, but it depends. And that's why we need a really, really good senior level narrative designer who has experience working with all these dialogue options to essentially just take this and be in charge of it. And I'm still looking for that person. Asking about what the bandits stole. entry points. And the good thing is, because we have these separate lore loops, and they will be it's the same lore loop. The player will be able to ask things. If they don't ask something on the first round, they can ask something when the NPC shows up again. And we can also have things that don't show up until certain points in the story. So if we don't want all of Spoon's lore to be available right off the bat, we can make it available only after the player's completed certain points in his story. Which I think I do want to do. I don't want you to learn about his dream to open a pawn shop, for instance, until you've kind of helped him out a bit already. And that would be as simple as going here, finding his dreams, and making it so that we can't ask about his dreams until we, I don't know, complete the first round, right? They'll mention a pawn shop in both 3A and 3B. So we can just put a condition here of whether or not the player has completed. We have potion score, save choice. We need to make one for has completed encounter. Let's add that. Or like stage complete. Narrative condition NC stage complete. We need a new variable with a hold on, with what kind of dialogue? Dialogue class reference. Stage 2 check. And we can throw something in the function library. Check if stage has been, or I guess check stage completion. We don't store it there, do we? We store it in the spawn controller. Don't really like that we store it there, but it's fine. Get actor of clock. Get completed stages. Find input dialogue, class reference, stage to check, we could do find. I think we could also do does exist or not. Really, find doesn't return a boolean? I mean, I can just do, because it's going to return -1 if it isn't found, right? So I can just do a quick check there. But I'd sworn there was a way to check. Contains item. That's what we want. And then we will return B has been completed. Okay. Check condition. Stage to check. Check stage completion. And then we will override the display text to check if stage is complete. And I want it to look similar to my other conditions. Oh, condition, I see. Condition stage completion. Condition stage completion. Get display name. And this would check if we've completed Thief 1. Perfect. And now we shouldn't be able to ask him about his dreams. Yeah. But we will be able to on the next one, because it'll be considered completed. Alright, I think that's pretty good. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. What do we want to do? Do we want to jump in and do that that Elden Ring completion? I do want to do that. We'll find a type of weapon or something that we want to get all the weapons of, and then we will collect all the weapons. Or as many as we can, because I do know that I need to start a new game plus for the DLC twice. But I don't want to do that yet until we've gotten everything in this playthrough. Because it'll reset all my graces and I'll have to go find them again. That's annoying, right? So I think that'll end our work on this today. We will pick it up tomorrow. And I guess work on the second stage. Work on both 2A and 2B for Spoon. And I think we'll complete that pretty quickly, and then we'll go to 3A and 3B. And I think those 4 we can probably get done tomorrow. This looks good though. Alright, let me end the recording there.